Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to round 3 here at AMP. Hard to believe the season already halfway through as we're now just starting round 3 this morning. We're now live on YouTube. So any family members away from the track, feel free to head to the Atlantic Road Racing League YouTube official YouTube channel. Or at the moment, you can see the schedule. I got it up there for anyone back home would like to see how the races are going to go down this afternoon. You can also find the schedule on the Atlantic Road Racing League YouTube or website. Well, we're starting off this morning. There is going to be a race before the lunch break. We can see here now. I got the points up for the Nova Drilling Catch 22. Currently, it is Angus McLarty with 90 points, 35 points ahead of the second place rider, which is Jeanette Ball, followed by William Martin, only 3 points back in third, followed by Mike Kemp and Jim Marlowe, with Jim Marlowe not here this weekend. We'll see what happens there with that championship battle here for round 3. All right, now I'm going to head to the live timing. I'll head up to the tower, and we will be racing here in about 20 minutes or so. As now you can see the live timing. That's for Group 3. That is going to be the Superbikes, the Fast 600s out there. So we will be starting to race here momentarily. All right, everybody, the bikes are now making their way down pit lane for the first race of round 3, which is the Catch 22 Nova Drilling Catch 22, race number 1 of the weekend. This is an adjustment from the 2024 season where the Catch 22 had qualifying on Saturday with their race on Sunday, but now due to the popularity of this category, they've elected to use the points for qualifying and give all these riders 2 races for the weekend. So now the riders there starting to funnel down pit lane. Earlier I showed the championship points, mentioning the rider number 295, Angus McLarty, on pole position because he is the current championship leader. Angus McLarty out of Bedeck, Nova Scotia, riding a 2015 Yamaha R3. Sponsored by Nova Drilling. To his left is going to be rider number 20, Jeanette Ball. Jeanette Ball out of Chesapeake, Nova Scotia, as well on the same machinery, Yamaha R3, sponsored by Porter's Lake Pub. Making up the front row, rider number 60 is going to be Mike Kemp. On to the second row, rider number 141, Tony Martin, followed by the 224 of Kevin Burr. Third row sees rider number 36, Lucas Bowl, followed by the 81 of Oleg Kaja, and the 65 of Sylvain Goodwin. The fourth row sees the 27 out of Lower Sackville, also on a Yamaha R3, sponsored by Liberty Plus Racing and ABS Fairings, which is the Brianna Mosier. And making up the fourth row, 144 of Marty Fogarty. Making up the field, rider number 18 out of Cape Egmont, PEI, on board a Kawasaki 600, sponsored by A&M Drywall Services. It is Randy Arsenault. Making up the field, rider number 88 of John McRae. Can now see the sponsor of this class, Robert McGinnis, running down pit lane. His rider out there sitting on pole position. Angus McLarty going to look to try to extend his lead. The interesting part of this class is the only rule for this class is you have to be below a minute 22. As soon as you dip down to the 21s, you are disqualified from this race. So we'll see what happens out here. So I'll keep my eye on timing and scoring. And we're racing. It looks like it was a rider in the third place position of Mike Kemp getting the whole shot down turn 1. And it is Mike Kemp starting to pull away. It looks like it is Angus McLarty in second. We'll wait to see as the riders get closer. It is Jeanette Ball in third. Riders now coming over the top of 5. Down the back straightaway. Rider in fourth is Tony Martin. has been on an R3 for most of the time here at AMP, but now electing to get onto that Kawasaki 250. Riders now making their way around turn 10, making their way to the front straightaway. Across the line, it is Mike Kemp, followed by Angus McLarty, followed by Jeanette Ball, and then Marty Fogarty in fourth, with Tony Martin making up the top five. Riders now in turn four, at least the leader is. Now onto the back straightaway, opened up across the line about 2.5 seconds, and it has opened up since then, maybe up to 3 seconds. But the big thing with this race, as I was mentioning earlier, these riders can't dip below at 22 or they will be disqualified. That is the only rule with this class with regards to machinery, and that is just time-based. Riders now coming into turn 9. I have a feeling this is going to be really close for Mike Kent, as Angus McLarty typically runs close to the 23s. And across the line, Mike Kemp, 24 thousandths of a second above the 122 mark, but it's the rider. Wait for the bikes to pass here. It was the rider in second, the championship leader, Angus McLarty. Sorry, it was the rider in third, across the line in second, Marty Fogarty down into the 121s. So right now, it is Mike Kemp on the track with the lead, followed by Marty Fogarty and Angus McLarty. But as I mentioned earlier, you can't get down to the minute 22s. And Marty Fogarty is well down into the 21s with a 121.2. Interesting to see what the pit crews do, as they may elect to tell the riders that they don't have to compete with a rider that has dipped below the 122s. Marty Fogarty definitely has not wasted any time to get booted out of the catch-22, as he's now down to the minute 18s. Mike Kemp slowed down just by 0.3 that last lap, just hovering above the minute 22s. What will be interesting here is if Marty gets around him down the back straightaway, is if Mike Kemp is going to try to stay with Fogarty, and that might be enough to dip him below the 121s, or 122, sorry, as the riders now make their way to turn 9. Now onto the front straightaway. Mike Kemp still hovering just around the 122 mark, followed by Angus McLarty in second with a 123, followed by Jeanette Ball in third. Those leaders now making their way down the back straightaway. Mike Kemp is definitely not letting McClarty get too far away from him. So I have a feeling he may be flirting with the 121s here. Mike Kemp as he comes into turn 9. Only a second back, and he was about 3 seconds faster than Mike Kemp. Leader on the track, Fogarty onto the front straightaway. And sure enough, Mike Kemp is now below the 121s. So now the race leader is Angus McClarty across the line, followed by Jeanette Ball in second. Mike Kemp is not letting that leader get away, but he went a little wide in turn 3 on the exit. He had to get off the gas, but has regrouped here in turn 4. The two leaders on the track making their way through turn 9. They're definitely fighting for the overall win here, at least on the track, not on the points, as they're now coming onto the front straightaway with the last lap flag in Kevin's hand. Angus McClarty coming around turn 10. He's the unofficial leader, as he is below or above the 122s. Followed by Jeanette Ball, cross the line with a 124. Tony Martin sees himself moving up into the third place position across the line. Rider in fourth, 24 thousandths of a second below the 122 mark is Randy Arsenal. So that has moved Kevin Burr up into the fifth place position. Looks like a nice healthy battle across the line between Sylvain Goudouin and Lucas Bull. Now here's these two disqualified riders battling for the win on the track. It is Marty Fogarty with the fastest lap out there of the race with a 1:18, but unfortunately sees himself disqualified, followed by Mike Kemp. So now here is the race winner, Angus McClarty, followed by Jeanette Ball putting in her fastest lap of the race. Cross the line with a 124, followed by Tony Martin in third. Randy Arsenal crossing the line, but was below the 122, so he's going to be disqualified. It's going to be now Kevin Burr onto the front straightaway. Here's a battle for fourth, fifth, and sixth. Oh, and across the line, John McRae playing spoilers, grabbing that fourth place position. So that is Kevin Burr in fifth, followed by Brianna Mosier in sixth, Oleg Kasha in seventh, followed by Sylvain Goudouin and Lucas Bull. And with that, that concludes the racing before lunch. After lunch, we're going to start off with some heat races, which is the MCW Consultants Formula 46, followed by the Bridgestone CSBK Series Sportsman Heat Race, and then the Asylum Racing Vintage Open Heat Race. After those three heat races, we get into the full-length races, which is going to be the Good Robot Brewing Amateur Sport Bike race number 1 of the weekend. Our lunch break here at sARL Racing is going to be an hour, so we should be back racing approximately around the 1 p.m. Atlantic time. So until then, All right, we're just going to walk through here and check out the speakers. Andy and I checking out what's going on with them. Thank you. Good to be back. These speakers here on the Guthrie building seem to be working all right. Speaker on the back side. Test, test. All right, testing these ones. Burr, 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 burr. Testing again, testing to see what how the speakers. Yep. It is a little garbled there, cutting in and out every once in a while. Sometimes it's okay. All right, now I'm in here testing the amp, see if it's going to clip. Signal looks good. All right, testing channel number 3. Still sounds the same. Yeah. Test. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch break. We are a little short while here away from the start. And just like that, we got the 10-minute call for racing to resume this afternoon. Before we get to racing, just wanted to do a little bit of a heads up to any of the families out there, anyone that's new, or just a reminder for anyone that hasn't been here or has been here, but just a reminder that children are not allowed to ride bicycles through the paddock when racing is on the go. For the safety of the children, bikes are going to be coming in and out of their pit spot, so we ask you to refrain from having the kids going through the paddock on their motor or their bicycles, especially motorcycles. That is a given. Also, that animals, they need to be on a leash throughout your stay here at AMP. That is for the safety of the riders on the track. If for whatever reason the dog sees there's gophers around here, may run out onto the track. So safety for the riders and your animal, they must be on a leash. Now with that, we'll get into the championship points here. The first race that's going to be happening here is looking down at the countdown clock. It's now sitting at 8 minutes. And the first one is going to be the Good Robot Brewing Company Amateur Sport Bike Race. Currently sees Andy Hutchinson with the championship lead with 93 points. Michael Scott sitting there in second with 64. 46 points sees Mark Corkum sitting himself in third, followed by Morgan Taylor with 42 and Paul Clark with 31. So still lots of room there with 6 races to go here in the championship. Lots of action there in the Good Robot Brewing Amateur Sport Bike. Race 3 this afternoon is going to see the Pro Cycle Pro Sport Bike race. Currently it is John Frazier in the lead with 108 points. Mario Richard sees himself sitting in second with 82 points, and followed by Chris McRae, who unfortunately had to leave the track this weekend and won't be racing here this weekend. So that allows Brad Bork, who's sitting with 38 points, to catch up for that third place position. And sitting in fifth is Crawdus Roberts with 31. The fourth race is going to see the MCW Consultants Formula 46 race. We got Phil Warnell with a 27-point lead with 60 points, followed by Matt Covey. Randy Bennett sitting there with 22, 11 points back from Matt Covey, followed by Darcy George, only 2 points back from the podium position in the championship. And only 1 point back from Darcy George is Stephanie Holman with 19. So lots of action there to transpire in that Formula 46 sponsored by the MCW Consultants. Race number 5 this afternoon is going to be the Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike. John Frazier on top with 102 points, followed by Blaise Fougere with 89, and Corey Canfield making up the podium positions with 58. 10 points back is Chris McRae, but unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier, Chris McRae had to leave the track and won't be racing this weekend. And making up the top 5, Crawdus Roberts with 31. Race number 6 sees the Asylum Racing Vintage with Blaise Fougere with 60 points, followed by Phil Warnell with 43 and Pat Patterson with 27. Pat Patterson unfortunately won't be riding this weekend, as well as Jonathan Head. He's elected to move to the 400 category on that RD 350, and it sees Randy Bennett there in fifth with 17 points. And the 5-minute call there just went out. So we are 5 minutes away from the action this afternoon. Seventh race is going to be the Albums Plumbing and Heating Amateur Superbike race. Championship leader at the moment is Andy Hutchinson with 93, followed by Michael Scott with 80, Mark Corkum with 46, followed by Paul Clark 37, and George Church with 35. Last race of this afternoon is going to be the Mark Ennis Ostrich Woodworking Amateur 400 and the Grant Nesbitt Tribute Expert 400 race. Current championship leader of the amateurs is Greg McInnes with 89. 34 points back is Scott Conley, followed by Kathleen Coburn, who's only 3 points back from that second place position, but she's also going to be battling with William Von Savon with 48, and William Martin, who I was just talking to moments ago, getting himself down into the minute 17s. He's going to be a contender for that last podium, or even second place there, as he is only 12 points back from second place rider Scott Conley. Leader of the Grant Nesbitt Tribute Expert 400 sees Mark Goodwin in the lead with 96 points, followed by Darcy George with 64, Gary McKinnon with 55, 2 points back, Matt Covey in fourth with 53, and Jonathan Anderson sees himself in the top 5 with 33 points. And with that, that is the championship points of sARL Racing. We're now going to switch to live timing. I'm going to make my way up to the tower as we are around 2.5 minutes away from the heat racing starting this afternoon. We have, I believe it's 3 heat races, then we get into our first race this afternoon. But as I make my way up to the tower, we'll be momentarily offline. Bikes are now making their way down the front straightaway to get in their grid positions for the MCW Consultants Formula 46 4-lap heat race. On pole position sees the championship leader 62, Phil Warnell, followed by Matt Covey and Randy Bennett. Second row, 24 of Darcy George, followed by the 21 of Stephanie Holman. Third row is the 9 of Gary McKinnon, followed by the 78 of Jason Rideout. Making up the third row, Scott Campbell. We're in the starters' orders. And we're racing. It looks like it's Matt Covey with the hole shot. We'll see what happens here with Phil Warnell on the inside of turn 1. It looks like it was Phil Warnell able to get around Matt Covey down into turn 1. But we'll wait to see as they come out of turn 2. Looks like that actually might be Randy Bennett into the lead. We'll see who's there in second as they're now making their way around turn 4. It is Phil Warnell over the top of 5, right behind Randy Bennett, down the back straightaway. Gary McKinnon sitting in third, followed by Matt Covey in fourth, Darcy George in fifth. Stephanie Holman coming right on the back of Darcy George, passing him down the back straightaway and tipping into turn 7. Riders now making their way around turn 9. Randy Bennett sees Phil Warnell right on his tailpipe going through turn 10 onto the front straightaway. We'll see what happens here onto the front straightaway. I wasn't able to finish the grid. Oh, looks like something happened with Randy Bennett. Out of 2, he had to get off the gas. Sees Phil Warnell get back in front. I shouldn't say back. He's made his way to the front, now heading towards turn 4, and has opened up about 4 bike lengths. But the rider on the move is Gary McKinnon. He was back about 3 seconds or so, heading down the back straightaway just for you a few corners ago. But over the top of 5, Gary McKinnon on that 400 is only 1.5 seconds or so back as they come down the back straightaway. Stephanie Holman on the move, goes up the inside of Matt Covey. We'll see what happens here into turn 9. But the quarter speed of that RS 125 able to have a bit more entry speed and able to hold off the hard charging Matt Covey. Again, Randy Bennett with some troubles coming out of turn 2, having to get off the gas, so that means Gary McKinnon. Oh, Randy Bennett has moved off to the side of turn 3, allowing Gary McKinnon to go. Looks like he's running into some kind of bike troubles there on that machinery. Sitting in turn 3 on the inside of 4, going really slow. Now over the top of 5. He's got his leg out to the side to let the riders know that he's having some bike troubles. Unfortunately, Randy Bennett, race has come to an end. Down the back straightaway, he picked up a little bit of speed there, so it looks like he's going to be able to get that bike back to pit lane. But here comes the leader, Phil Warnell. He's going to get the last lap flag, followed by Gary McKinnon. Caleb Knowles crossing the line in third, followed by Stephanie Holman. Oh, looks like Stephanie Holman has moved back to fifth place position as Matt Colby is able to get around her down into turn 2. We'll see what happens here with that battle, but right there, that's going to be fourth and fifth, so that means a second row start regardless between those two competitors as they make their way down the back straightaway. The leader, Phil Warnell, making his way to turn 9, has a comfortable lead over the second place rider of Gary McKinnon. With now only a couple of corners to go. Looks like the battle to watch is Stephanie Holman and Matt Colby. Stephanie Holman able to get around Matt Colby into turn 9. But the leader of the MC Consultants Formula 46 heat race is going to be Phil Warnell. Followed by Gary McKinnon. Stephanie Holman crossing the line in fourth. Matt Colby in fifth. Stephanie Holman getting around Matt Colby. Does have championship implications, as that would give her 1 championship point for fourth, as the leader gets 4 points, followed by 3, 2, and 1. So Stephanie Holman has now tied Darcy George 20 points each in the championship and has brought her even closer to Randy Bennett, who unfortunately wasn't able to finish the heat race. So now those two riders only 2 points away for third in the MC Consultants Formula 46 championship. Riders now making their way down to pit lane. The next heat race this afternoon, which is the Bridgestone CSBK Series Sportsman Heat Race. Another four-lap race this afternoon. Pole position sees the championship leader, rider number 80 out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, on board. I have his superbike here. But it is Blaise Fougere, sponsored by RPM Cycle, Darren Marshall, and Pirelli. In the middle, would have seen 50 Chris McRae. Unfortunately, as I mentioned before, not here this weekend. Making up the front row is 62 out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. On board what may be the 2003 CBR 600. He has also a vintage bike that Phil Warnell rides, which is a 1992 CBR 600. But he is sponsored by Sugar Mama Racing, Pro Cycle, and Burnside Brewing Company. Second row sees rider number 30, George Church, out of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. On board a 2006 Kawasaki ZX6R. And making up the second row, rider number 37 out of Ellerslie, PI, on board a Yamaha R6 2009, sponsored by Dennis Motors, Gillis Heavy Equipment, and LRC Right Stop, Andy Hutchinson. And making up the field, rider number 63 of Bobby Cotteret, followed by the 17, Bobby Cotteret out of Moncton, New Brunswick, on board an SV 650. To his left is going to be Caleb Knowles out of New Brunswick, followed by the 507 out of St. John's, Newfoundland, on board an SV 650. Riders now in the starters' orders. Looks like it's Blaise Fougere with the hole shot. We'll see what happens here with Caleb Knowles. He doesn't have any championship points, so he had to start from the back on that Ducati. We'll see what happens here out of turn 2. I believe that is Phil Warnell that's got around Blaise Fougere now, out of turn 3 up to turn 4. Trying to see how far Caleb Knowles was able to make it. Looks like he's sitting 4th. Andy Hutchinson in 3rd, over the top of 5, down the back straightaway. Phil Warnell, 4 bike lengths ahead of Blaise Fougere. Andy Hutchinson, only 3 bike lengths back from Blaise Fougere. Caleb Knowles is in the hunt as well, as he's up into 4th. Only 4 bike lengths back himself, as now the 4 riders make their way through turn 9. Heading towards the front straightaway, Phil Warnell onto the front straightaway. Cross the line. Brad Squire sees himself in 5th, followed by Bobby Cotteret. I get that name wrong every time. I actually walked through the pits and found him and asked him 6 times, say your name, and I still can't get it right. He's my kryptonite. But back to this battle. It is Blaise Fougere holding off Andy Hutchinson through turn 4. A bike length separates the 2 over the top of 5. Onto the back straightaway. It's all about the drive down the back straightaway. Andy Hutchinson right on the back of Blaise Fougere, but through 6A, 6B, Blaise Fougere opened up just enough bike lengths to allow himself breathing room into turn 7. Caleb Knowles sees himself falling off the back of this 3-rider battle. Now coming out of 9 to turn 10, Phil Warnell about 4 bike lengths ahead of Blaise Fougere. The riders get the halfway marker. I don't think Blaise Fougere was ready to see that bike beside him as he gave a look over and see Andy Hutchison in that bright yellow machinery now coming out of turn 2. Andy Hutchison now sets sail for Phil Warnell as they make their way through turn 3. We'll see what happens here. Andy Hutchison is on the move through turn 4. Only a couple of bike lengths separate these 3 riders over the top of 5. It's a quick race here. This is only setting the grid for the race later on. I'll have to check the schedule. I believe this race is tomorrow. But setting this up for a great battle for us to watch here. These 3 riders, only 3 bike lengths separate the 3 as they come through turn 9. 1 corner to go. Phil Warnell is going to get the last lap flag. Fastest rider last time by, Andy Hutchison, low 113. Right on the back of Phil Warnell. Blaise Fougere looks like he's elected to be satisfied with that 3rd place position as he's fallen off. So right now it's the battle between Phil Warnell, Andy Hutchison through turn 4. 1 bike length between the 2 riders. Phil Warnell went a little wide on the outside of 4. We'll see what happens over the top of 5. Down the back straightaway. Still 1 bike length separating these 2 riders. And at the moment, it looks like it's going to be down to turn 9. We'll see if Andy Hutchison's able to get it close enough to Phil Warnell. Right now, he's 2 bike lengths back. Not close enough to make a move. We'll see what happens here if he tries something in 10 or 11. Right now, 2 bike lengths back. I don't think he's going to be close enough to try a move. Now onto the front straightaway. Here comes Phil Warnell. Andy Hutchison looking to get across the line. That is down to the thousandths of a second. Make that 59. 59 thousandths of a second separating those 2 riders across the line. Followed by Blaise Fougere in 3rd. Caleb Knowles cross the line in 4th, followed by Brad Squires. 6. Sees George Church coming onto the front straightaway. Bobby Cottereri coming across the line in 7th. And that concludes the Bridgestone CSBK Series Sportsman Heat Race. Up next is going to be the Asylum Vintage Open Heat Race. But with anything we can see there this afternoon, between those 3 riders, Caleb Knowles as well, he's going to take some notes there. First time out on the Ducati, I believe, this year, so he'll be taking some notes, doing some adjustments to that machinery, and I'm sure he'll be in the battle for the win as well. 4 riders battling it out tomorrow in the Bridgestone CSBK Series Sportsman Race. Just want to send out a quick test there, make sure the audio is getting through to YouTube. All right, riders now out on the track for the last heat race of this afternoon, which is going to see the Asylum Racing Vintage Open 4-lap heat race. Blaise Fougere sees himself the championship leader and on pole position. Second place, 62, Phil Warnell, only 17 points back, followed by Randy Bennett. And Stephanie Holman, her first time here in the Vintage, sees herself sitting on the second row. Walking to the paddock this morning, I heard Stephanie Holman was able to get back into the minute 15s. Personal best is a low minute 15. She was saying she had a high 15 this morning. So that should put her on the lap times here to potentially get onto a podium position. We'll see what happens here, as now they're in the starters' orders. Kevin making his way off the track. And we're racing. It is Blaise Fougier, followed by Randy Bennett in second. Out of turn 2, it is Blaise Fougier holding off Randy Bennett, followed by Phil Warnell, Stephanie Holman in fourth. Interesting to see what strategies these riders take this afternoon, as for the heat race, this is just setting the grid positions for the race later on this afternoon. Now there is championship points allotted here, 4, 3, 2, and 1. But right now it's all about setting yourself up on that front row. So finishing in the top 3, I'm sure is going to be a considered mission accomplished here this afternoon in this Asylum Racing Vintage Open. As they cross the line, Blaise Fougier, Randy Bennett, followed by Phil Warnell and Stephanie Holman, not letting those riders get away. Out of turn 2. Oh, looks like it was Phil Warnell had to let off the gas there, come between 2 and 3, allowed about 3 bike lengths to open up between himself and Randy Bennett. So riders now make their way onto the back straightaway. Stephanie Holman is not letting them get away as she comes over the top of 5. I would say there's 1.5, maybe 2 seconds up the road to Phil Warnell. Phil Warnell closing back in on Randy Bennett as they made their way through turn 9. Still a few bike lengths back though, not close enough to make any moves. The riders get the halfway marker. Looking at the lap times, Blaise Fougier, minute 14s. Randy Bennett, a minute 16. Phil Warnell, a minute 16. And Stephanie Holman with a minute 16, but about 6/10 back from those 2 riders in front. And you can see it now. They're starting to tail off. The battle is starting to heat up here between Randy Bennett and Phil Warnell through turn 4. 1 bike length now between the 2 riders. See what happens here down the back straightaway. Phil Warnell glued to the back tire of Randy Bennett as they come down the back straightaway. It looks like Phil Warnell was looking to maybe make a move on the inside here. Not this time by, but still a bike length back through up 7. He's going to try an inside move here into turn 9. He thought about it. Looks like he's maybe practicing for the last lap here as he went up to the inside, but didn't try to dive up to the inside of Randy Bennett. Now coming onto the front straightaway, Phil Warnell is definitely not happy, or is definitely not going to be satisfied with third. Going down the front straightaway, down into turn 1. 1 bike length separates those 2 riders. As the leader, Blaise Fougier, coming out up towards turn 3, across the line. He was 5 seconds clear of this battle for second and third. Out of turn 3, Randy Bennett able to open up 4 or 5 bike lengths, but under the braking in 4 has got it back down to about maybe 3-4 bike lengths, but not close enough for Phil Warnell to make a move at this point. But over the top of 5, it's down to 2 bike lengths. We'll see what happens here into 7. See if Phil Warnell is trying to line up a move into turn 9. That's 2 bike lengths. 1 bike length separates the 2 riders. Phil Wardell's going onto the inside of Randy Bennett. Let off the brakes. It is Phil Wardell side by side with Randy Bennett. We'll see what happens here out of 9. It is Phil Wardell had the move. As Blaise Boucher coming onto the front straightaway, taking the win of this SARL Racing Vintage. Followed by Phil Wardell. I kind of thought Phil Wardell might have been trying to do a little practice inside move there on lap 3 and was able to pull the trigger there on the last lap, taking over second place from Randy Bennett. Making up the field, second row for the race this afternoon sees the rider number 21 of Stephanie Holman. All right, it's going to be a little bit here till you hear the 5-minute call, so I'm going to make my way up down to the paddock, check on the riders, see how they're doing. But you're going to have a little break here before we start racing this afternoon. Hi, riders now on the track for the first race this afternoon, which is the Good Robot Brewing Company Amateur Sport Bike Race. Seeing 9 riders on the grid with rider number 37, Andy Hutchinson, on pole position, followed by the 40 of Michael Scott, and 39, Mark Corkum, a.k.a. Corkman. On the second row, would have seen the 68 of Paul Clark, but unfortunately not able to make it out on time, so he's going to start from pit lane. Making up the second row is going to be 18, Randy Arsenal. Third row, 86 of Michael Brunt. Would have seen the 61 of Bailey Ives, but he is also going to have to start from pit lane. Rider number 58, first time out for the 2025 season, sees Sean Kelly making up the third row. And in the fourth row, rider number 22 of Antoine Slater. And we're racing. Oh, looks like Andy Hutchinson not able to get his bike fired up. Unfortunately, though, did not have any issue. The rider's able to get around him, so it looks like it's Michael Scott with the hole shot. As they now make their way out of turn 3, we'll wait to see till they get a little closer to see who those riders are. Have to get familiar with the bike colors again, missing round 2, but now over the top of 5, Michael Scott. That's Mark Corkman, a.k.a. Corkman. In second, only a couple of bike lengths back. We'll see what rider there is in third. That is the 22 of Antoine Slater. Andy Hutchinson makes some work for himself as he is 5 seconds back from the leader. But this is a 10-lap race, so he is able to catch those leaders if he's able to get about a second faster than them. Not even half a second. He'd be up battling for the win as now Michael Scott makes his way over the top of 5, only a couple of bike lengths back. This one is for Corey Canfield. Corkman right on the back of Michael Scott into 7. Now the 2 riders into turn 9. A bike length separates the 2 riders. About 2 seconds back is Antoine Slater, but Andy Hutchinson, the rider on the move out there, through turn 10 up to 11. Andy Hutchinson, 2 seconds faster than the riders in front of him. Oh, looks like Andy Hutchinson has gone down in turn 2. He was right behind Antoine Slater. Looks like something happened between those two because Antoine Slater is well back from where he was last time by. Across the line, he was only 3 seconds from the leaders, but he's clearly 6, 7, or 8 seconds back now as he comes over the top of turn 5. This has now allowed Bailey Ives to get in the hunt for that last podium position. Running about the same lap times as Antoine Slater, but sees himself about 2 seconds back. Cross the line, Michael Scott, Mark Corkum, both of them into the 14s. Definitely something happened there with Antoine Slater and Mark Hutchinson because Antoine Slater did 1:20 last time by. 5 seconds off his last pace. We'll see what happens there. Right now the battle to watch is Michael Scott and Mark Corkum over the top of 5. Michael Scott has been able to open up about 5 bike lengths back to that second place rider of Mark Corkum. Now into turn 7. Still lots of time though, as last time by they completed 3 laps. So still when they cross the line this time there'll be 6 laps to go of this Good Robot Brewing Company Amateur Sport Bike race number 1 of the weekend. Bailey Ives continuing to hunt down Antoine Slater. He was about a second faster than Antoine, and he's only a second back now, so only time until Bailey Ives is going to see himself in this battle for third as they make their way out of 3 up to 4. It is definitely less than a second now as they're now coming through turn 4. About 4 bike lengths separates that battle for third and fourth. Up to the battle for the lead. Michael Scott out of 7 up to 8. About 4 bike lengths ahead of Mark Corkman. But into turn 9, Mark Corkman was able to gobble up a couple of bike lengths now as it's only about 2 bike lengths out of turn 9. Now onto the front straightaway. Michael Scott holding off Mark Corkum as they get the halfway marker. Mark Corkman got a great drive down the front straightaway. We'll see what happens here. Down into turn 2. Bailey Ives got a great drive himself over the top of 11. Right on the back of Antoine Slater. We'll see if Bailey Ives is able to pull a move off into turn 2. Just not close enough for Bailey Ives to pull a move, as now those 2 riders are making their way through turn 4. About 4 bike lengths separates those riders. We'll see what happens here down the back straightaway, but it's still Antoine Slater holding off Bailey Ives. Up to this battle for the lead. Michael Scott has Mark Corkman right on the back end. Now out of turn 9, a bike length separates the 2 riders. Now onto the front straightaway. Oh, let's see if there's an inside move here into turn 1. No, not close enough. I'll wait to see what happens here down into turn 2, but it looks like Mark Corkman is hungry to take over the lead of this Good Brot Brewing Amateur Sport Bike race number 1 of the weekend. Cross the line, 4 laps left to go. Riders are now catching up to some lap traffic here through turn 4. Looking at how close they are, they may come up to this rider into turn 9. As now down the back straightaway, Michael Scott may be able to get around Michael Brunt into turn 7. Just not close enough. Both of the riders have had to bottle up onto the back. Oh, looks like Mark Corcoran almost got into the back of Michael Scott as both riders are trying to get around Michael Brunt. But both riders stay single file through the inside of turn 9, and it stays the same. Michael Scott followed by Mark Corcoran. Again, Mark Corcoran looking like he was trying an inside move into turn 1, just not close enough. Battle for third, now making its way through turn 1. A couple of bike lengths there into turn 1. But my eyes now back up to this battle for the lead. Michael Scott, holding off Mark Corcoran. Over the top of 5, down towards turn 7. Michael Scott able to get a better drive over the top of 5, leading towards turn 7. So Mark Corcoran is now back a few bike lengths, but able to gobble up a couple in turn 9. Cross the line, 2 laps left to go. This battle for third and fourth has now come into turn 11 with Michael Brunt holding up Antoine Slater. That has allowed Bailey Ives to get a couple of bike lengths closer, but still not close enough to make any moves into turn 1. As we have about 1.5 laps left to go, it is Michael Scott holding off Mark Corcoran. Woo! Over 5, down the back straightaway. Better drive again by Michael Scott. Opened up about 4 or 5 bike lengths. This is making for a lot of work for Mark Corcoran. As he's now going to have to try to go hard in the brakes into turn 9. As it's now only a bike length, it looks like Mark Corcoran has a great job getting hard on the brakes into turn 9. As the riders get the last, it's going to be all about the drive over the top of 5 this time by. If Mark Corcoran can get over the top of 5 and be close to Michael Scott. He's right on the back wheel of Michael Scott through turn 2 up to turn 3. Up to turn 4. Mark Corcoran a bike length back. Now we'll see what happens over the top 5. Michael Scott got too much inside of turn 5. It's going to kill his drive down the back straightaway. We'll see what happens here with Mark Corcoran. He's side by side. Michael Scott, oh no, Michael Scott let off the brakes and is hauled off Mark Corcoran. We'll see what happens here to turn 9. Mark Corcoran just drove around the outside. Oh, but he's gone too wide in turn 9. Michael Scott is holding off Mark Corcoran over the top of 11, on into the front straightaway. Side by side. It is Mark Corcoran across the line, 28 thousandths of a second. Holy, I'm lost for breath there. It was down to the front straightaway. Mark Corcoran got a great drive over the top of 5. able to pull off 28 thousandths of a second gap ahead of Michael Scott, leaving it to the last few meters of the track here at A&P to pull off that move. Antoine Slater able to hold off Bailey Ives across the line to finish the podium of this Good Robot Brewing Company amateur sport bike race. In fifth sees Paul Clark. Battle here between two riders across the line. Randy Arsenal able to hold off Sean Kelly. Michael Brunt finishing the field in eighth, and unfortunately, Andy Hutchinson with that get off in turn two, pushing hard there after that mishap there on the line. Andy Hutchinson, not sure if he stalled the bike or it wasn't in gear. Riders behind him able to get around Andy Hutchinson, and right off the bat he was down into the minute 13s, but something happened there between him and Antoine Slater. But those two bikes, definitely something happened there, because Antoine Slater was 5 seconds off his pace. But what that has done in the championship, with Michael Scott finishing in second, has gained himself, I believe it's 20 points for second. So now that brings Michael Scott less than 10 points into that championship hunt. Mark Corkum sees himself gains 6 points on Michael Scott. Going into this race this afternoon, there was 18 points separating Mark Corkum and Michael Scott. So now that is down to 12 points between those two riders. All right, 5-minute call just went out for the next race, which is the Pro Cycle Pro Sport Bike race number 1 of the weekend. Looking at the grid here, looks like it is rider number 8 out of Hammonds Plains on board a 2008 GSXR 600. Sponsored by RLS Constructions, MPG Moto, and T-Bolt Importation. Championship leader John Fraser. To his left, 26 points back. Rider number 5. Out of New Brunswick, Mario Richard. Rider sitting in third. 38 points. Rider number 52, Brad Bork. On to the second row. 7 points back from that battle for third in the championship. Sitting with 31 points. Rider number 41, Curtis Roberts. Rider number 196, 5 points back from Curtis Roberts. Kristen Whitehead. On to the third row. Rider making his return here to Atlantic Motorsport Park. Rode here in round 2. Former champion here at AMP, rider number 56, Scott Alexander. Rider on the third row. Out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. On board a Kawasaki ZX6R. Oh. Yep. Sponsored by Rally Motoplex. Chad Whitehead. Rider making up the third row out of South Ohio, Nova Scotia. On board a Triumph 2012 Triumph 675R. Rider number 14, Greg Murray. On to the fourth row. Rider number 134, another former champion here at AMP, Matthew Jollymore. Sorry, I took a pause, had to subdue some wasp up here. Oh, making up the fourth row. Believe it's his first time here this year. Rider number 48, Matt Curvin. And making up the field, rider number 89, Jeremy McDonald. Rider missing from the field, rider number 81, Richard Thompson. Riders now out on their warm-up lap. All 11 riders out there this afternoon that registered for this class. Good to see Matthew Jollymore making his way out there. Fast rider looking to get back into the racing in 2025. A healthy grid for the Pro Cycle Pro Sport Bike race with 11 riders out there. Great to see all these riders making their way out to AMP this weekend. This is going to be an amazing show for us fans here at AMP as they're now in the starters' orders. And we're racing. I believe that might have been Mario Richard in the middle, at least with a little bit of the lead into turn one. But it is not. It is John Fraser, followed by Curtis Roberts, then Mario Richard. John Fraser opening up about 2 seconds, so not sure what happened down there in turn two. You don't see this lead this early within one corner, so maybe some bottlenecking going down there into turn two. But over the top of five, Curtis Roberts holding off Mario Richard in fourth. But it's Mario Richard up into the inside of seven, taking over that second place position from Curtis Roberts. Brad Bork trying to get an inside move here of Curtis Roberts into turn nine. So right now it looks like this battle is shaping up between second, third, fourth, and fifth place riders. Chad Whitehead crossing the line, able to get a couple of positions that lap, moving himself from seventh on the grid up to fifth on the track. But now out of turn two, Mario Richard still holding off Brad Bork. I believe that is Chad Whitehead up into fourth as they make their way through turn four, getting around Curtis Roberts there in turn two. Now over the top of five, Mario Richard with a wheelie over the top of five. Mario Richard second in the points. Brad Bork sees himself third in the points. Battle between second and third on the track and in the championship here as they make their way through turn nine. John Fraser coming across the line. Down into the minute tens. Looks like we got a battle shaping up here for second, third, and fourth. The fastest rider within that pack was Chad Whitehead. He was about 0.4 of a second faster than Mario Richard there, but he has Brad Bork in between the two of them as Mario Richard opens up a little bit of a gap over the top of five to that third place rider of Brad Bork as now they make their way down the back straightaway. It looks like it's about half a second or so between those three riders. Now towards turn nine, each of the riders having half a second gaps. This race is 10 laps long. John Fraser crossing the line means there's 7 laps left to go. Looking back in the field, there's a battle between 5th and 10th, all of them with the same lap times, all in the minute 16s. And you can see there on the track as they make their way through turn 3, all the riders there. A little bit of a gap between them, but certainly nothing within 7 laps that can change those positions quickly. Back up to the leader, John Fraser, through turn 10, making his way to the front straightaway. Sees himself down to the minute 9s across the line. Fast time here on a 600. Followed by Mario Richard, Brad Bork, and Chad Whitehead. This battle is really shaping up for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Across the line, there was a 1.5 seconds separating those 3 riders. Now coming out of turn 2. If you look even back further than those 2, Greg Murray and Jerry McDonald are right in the hunt as it's a 5-rider battle heading towards turn 4. Now onto the back straightaway. Curtis Roberts has opened up about 0.7 seconds or so over Scott Alexander, but right on his rear wheel is Matthew Jollymore, followed by Greg Murray and Jerry McDonald. Riders now get the halfway marker. The leader last time by, John Fraser, seen himself into the minute 9s again, so he's consistently riding out there into the minute 9s. Second, third, and fourth have opened up gaps, so the battle to watch there is 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th between Curtis Roberts, Scott Alexander, Matthew Jollymore, Greg Murray, and a little bit back there is Jeremy McDonald. Now over the top of 5. 3 sARL champions tipping into turn 7 of Scott Alexander, Matthew Jollymore, and Greg Murray. Now through 10 up to 11. This is the battle to watch here, folks. Onto the front straightaway. 4 bikes roaring down the front straightaway. All 3 riders in 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, putting in their fastest laps. That's last time by. Continuing to push it out there in this hot weather here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. Now out of turn 4, up to 5. Curtis Roberts, a couple of bike lengths ahead of Scott Alexander, but Matthew Jollymore right on the back of Scott Alexander over the top of 5. We'll see what happens here down the back straightaway. Greg Murray now getting in. Oh, he had to get off the gas. Something happened with Matthew Jollymore got off the gas, so quickly Greg Murray himself had to check up. So now the bike lengths opened up just a couple of there down the back straightaway. Closing back up between this battle in 5th, 6th, and 7th. On to the front straightaway. 3 laps to go. Chad Whitehead starting to slow up out there. Last time by, back into the 16s. That is 3 seconds slower than Brad Bork. Leader now crossing the line. John Fraser sees himself with a healthy lead over Mario Richard. Gonna have to keep an eye on this gap here between Mario Richard and the third place rider of Brad Bork. It looks like Brad is starting to close in on Mario Richard here. It looks like he is not going to be satisfied with third. Half a second is what Brad Bork made up that last time by. There's 2 laps left to go and about 2 seconds between that second and third place rider of Mario Richard and Brad Bork. So Brad Bork is going to have to put the hammer down here if he's going to want to get back onto the back of Mario Richard before the end of this race, as now they make their way down the back straightaway. Last lap flag flying for John Fraser across the line. Keep my eye on this battle here that may start to shape up between Mario Richard and Brad Bork. He definitely closed in by another half a second here. He may think he has too big of a lead. Coming out of the front straightaway, it's about 6-7 bike lengths now. As he's just got the signal from Sasha on pit lane, letting him know that that rider is closing in on him. 0.7 of a second is what Brad Bork caught up to Mario Richard with that lap. But now if he gets that signal, we'll see what happens here with Mario Richard out of turn 3. Got my eye on the leader here. John Fraser coming on to pit onto the front straightaway. John Fraser taking the first race here for the Pro Cycle Pro Sport Bike race of the weekend. Consistent 10s down into the 9s for a few laps. John Fraser pushing the element out there this afternoon. Back to this battle for second and third. Brad Bork was able to close up, but he's just a few bike lengths too far back, I believe, to make any move here. Now through 10 and 11, just about 5-6 bike lengths back onto the front straightaway now. Looked like Corey Alexander wanted to make a move on Curtis Roberts. He was just too far back. We'll see what happens here through 10 and 11. He's looking pretty racy here through these last couple of corners. Onto the front straightaway. Oh, Matthew Jollymore getting a head shake. Looked like he was going to get around that 6th place rider of Scott Alexander across the line, but just not close enough. Well, across the line it was Chad Whitehead in 4th, Curtis Roberts in 5th, Scott Alexander in 6th, Matthew Jollymore in 7th, followed by Jeremy McDonald and then Greg Murray. In 10th, Kristen Whitehead, followed by Matt Curvin. I went to hit a bug and I hit my... As we heard about a minute ago, the 5-minute call went out for the next race. No waiting here at AMP this afternoon. Right into another 15-bike grid, which is going to see the MCW Consultants Formula 46 race. This race is gridded from the heat race this afternoon, which sees rider number 62 out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Sugar Mama Racing, Pro Cycle, and Burnside Brewing Company, taking the win in that heat race. In second, rider here that has spent many laps around this track, has been riding CSBK for the last couple of years, will be heading to Mosport later on in the summer. But we have the pleasure to have him here this weekend. Rider number 9, sponsored by Lucas Oils, Gary McKinnon. Making up the front row, rider number 17, out of New Brunswick, Caleb Knowles. Second row, if my memory serves me correctly, I believe it's not supposed to be Mushaboom, it's supposed to be Oakfield for Stephanie Holman. On board that RS 125, sponsored by GNS Equipment Rentals, Pro Cycle, and Burnside Brewing Company. And to her left, rider number 66 of Matt Covey. On the third row, sees rider out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, on that Yamaha R3, sponsored by Miller Time Racing, Darcy George. Middle of the third row, out of St. John's, Newfoundland, on board that 2003 Suzuki SV650. Rider number 507, Brad Squires. And making up the third row, out of Maple, Nova. Oh, nope. A CSBK rider filled out the my rider information form, so I had rider number 10, which is Norbert Jew, as number 10. I was going to announce him for Scott Conley, who's sitting there in rider position number 8 on the track, but definitely not Norbert Jew out there. It is Scott Conley on board the number 10. On to the fourth row, rider number 78, Jason Rideout. Rider number 4 from Beaverbank, Nova Scotia, on a Kramer Evo 690, Jake Robowski. On the fifth row, right out of Sambro, Nova Scotia, on board a 2024 CF Moto 450, sponsored by Sambro Cycle Service, Canmac Power Sports, and CF Moto Canada. Rider number 72 of Scott Conley. Rider out of Moncton, Nova Scotia, on board a 2024 Suzuki SV650, Bobby Cotteret. And making up the fifth row, rider number 79, out of Linz, Austria, on board a Kawasaki Ninja 300, David Vitan. Making up the grid, rider number 3 out of St. Margaret's Bay, Nova Scotia, now out living in New Brunswick. Sponsored by Mum's Tattoo Studio, Lord's Auto Body, and his MasterCard, Randy Bennett. And making up the field, rider number 88 of John McRae. Riders now in the starters' orders. Just too hard to see who got the whole shot this time by. 15 riders down into turn 1. It is Phil Warnell, followed by Gary McKinnon. Caleb Knowles in third, followed by Brad Squires in fourth. Rider going on the outside of Brad Squires. Not sure who that rider is. Making a big move early on. See what happens over the top 5. I believe that is Randy Bennett over the top of 5. It is Randy Bennett starting from the back of the pack, already into fourth. I had to look to see. I was like, I'm not seeing Randy Bennett here, and then all the way in the back, because that back was definitely familiar to me. And it's Randy Bennett from the back last row, row 6 to 4th, within 4 corners. Now onto the front straightaway. Phil Warnell across the line in the lead, followed by Gary McKinnon and Caleb Knowles. Fourth goes to Randy Bennett, followed by Brad Squires. 6th, Matt Covey. 7th, Scott Conley, followed by Darcy George, Stephanie Holman, and Jason Rideout. Leaders now making their way through 4 up to 5. Phil Warnell has opened up what looks to be about 1.5, maybe 2 seconds back to Gary McKinnon, who now down the back straightaway has the Ducati breathing down that Kawasaki 400, and it's Caleb Knowles into second as he tips into turn 7. Randy Bennett made quick work into 4th, but has not been able to get closer to this battle for 2nd and 3rd. As they now come on to the front straightaway. Out of turn 2, Caleb Knowles holding off Gary McKinnon. But into turn 3, 2 bike lengths separates the 2 riders. Between 3 and 4. You can see the horsepower differential between that Kawasaki and the Ducati as he was able to pull away from Gary McKinnon, but through the outside of 4 over the top of 5, Gary McKinnon able to close a couple of bike lengths. We'll see what happens here with Gary McKinnon through 7 up to 9. He's going to have to try to get around that Ducati again before the back straightaway, because definitely that horsepower is showing here down the back straightaway. You'll see it here as they make their way onto the front straightaway as well. Gary McKinnon got a great drive over the top of 11, and is able to close up that gap back to about 3 bike lengths there through turn 3. But you can see there, out of 3 up to 4. Again, Caleb Knowles opening up that gap, which doesn't help Gary McKinnon to try to get around him before the back straightaway. Now over the top of 5. Gary McKinnon right on the back of that Ducati, down the back straightaway. It looks like they are slowly starting to catch Phil Warnell. They were about 0.2 of a second faster than Phil Warnell across the line, both of them into the minute 14s. The riders get the halfway marker, 4 laps left to go. Those 2 riders are definitely catching Phil Warnell. Across the line, they were 0.4 of a second faster than Phil Warnell. Phil Warnell back into the minute 15s. Caleb Knowles and Gary McKinnon into the minute 14s, with Gary McKinnon having the fastest lap between the 2 of them. Now down the back straightaway. Caleb Knowles able to open it up to 5 light bike lengths down the back straightaway. It's here all the way to the front straightaway where Gary McKinnon closes back up again. Now 2 bike lengths through turn 9. Only a bike length across the front straightaway, across the finish line. Gary McKinnon is not letting Caleb Knowles get away. Phil Warnell on lap 4, able to open up a little bit of a gap. He may have seen them coming out of turn 2. That's one place where the riders can gauge the gap, is coming out of turn 2. They'll have a look over and see if that gap is getting closer, as he was 0.2 of a second faster than Caleb Knowles on lap number 5. But here's some lap traffic coming up right for this battle between second and third. Both riders able to get around that lap traffic as they make their way into turn 9. Ryder did put his hand up. Looks like he is coming into the pits. The lap traffic as now second and third out of 10 onto the front straightaway. That is rider number 88 of John McRae making his way into the pits. Well, while the leader, Phil Warnell, makes his way around turn 3 to 4, I'll run you through the top 10. It is Phil Warnell, followed by Caleb Knowles and Gary McKinnon. In fourth, Randy Bennett, followed by Brad Squires. In sixth is Stephanie Holman, followed by Matt Covey and Jack Robowski. In ninth, Darcy George, followed by Scott Conley in 10th. Battle for second and third, off the back straightaway. 5-6 bike lengths has been the gap these last few laps. But you can see into turn 9, Gary McKinnon gets about 4 of those bike lengths back just in that one corner. Now out of 9 up to 10, he gets a couple of more bike lengths. Unfortunately, he just doesn't have the horsepower to try to pull a move down the front straightaway, as now they get the last lap flag. Gary McKinnon is going to have to try an inside move here into turn 9. He's going to have to get as close as possible to Caleb Knowles down that back straightaway. Out of turn 2, up to 3. 2 bike lengths separates the 2 riders. Gary McKinnon is much closer to Caleb Knowles this time by through turn 4. We'll see what happens here over the top of 5. Right on the back of Caleb Knowles over the top of 5. It's all about this turn 7 tip-in of whether Gary McKinnon can get close enough to Caleb Knowles. He's pushing hard. Up to 7, up to 8. He's just too far back. This is the farthest back he's been, but as he gets into turn 9, you can see he gets 5 bike lengths alone into turn 9. But up to the leader, Phil Warnell, coming onto the front straightaway. Followed by Caleb Knowles. Only 0.2 of a second back is Gary McKinnon in third. Randy Bennett coming onto the front straightaway for fourth. Oh, across the line, Stephanie Holman able to get around Brad Squires there. That might have been into turn 9. Able to take over that 5th place position from Brad Squires. Matt Covey crossing the line in 7th, followed by Jack Robowski in 8th. Darcy George a second back in 9th, followed by Jason Rideout and Scott Conley. All right, everybody, we're going to have a short marshal break now. So anyone competing in race 5, which is the Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike, there is a short marshal break before we start the Superbike race number 1, the Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike race. We're going to have a short marshal break. Hi, riders are now on pit lane for the next race, which is the Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike, race 1 of the weekend. On pole position, rider number 8 out of Hammonds Plains, Nova Scotia. Sponsored by RLS Constructions, MPG Moto, and T-Boat Importation. On board a 2023 Kawasaki GSXR 1000. Championship leader John Fraser. To his left, rider number 80. Out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, on board a 2015 Honda CBR 1000. Sponsored by RPM Cycle, Darren Marshall and Pirelli. He is 13 points back in the championship. Rider number 80, Blaise Fougere. On the front row, making up the front row, rider number 132 out of Halifax, Nova Scotia, on board a 2007 Kawasaki GSXR 1000, sponsored by Pro Cycle, Finish Line Motorcycle Supply, Wayne's Hot Rods and Customs, Corey Canfield. On to the second row, rider number 41, Curtis Roberts, and 56 of Scott Alexander. On the third row, sees rider number 54 of Matthew Spencer and the 134 of Matthew Jollymore. Making up the field, 48 of Matt Curvin and the 89 of Jeremy McDonald. Racers now in the starters' orders. Looks like it's John Fraser with the hole shot. Blaise Fougere trying to wrestle the horsepower of that 2015 Honda CBR 1000, pulling a few wheelies there, heading down towards turn 1. It is John Fraser. Blaise Fougere able to hold off into second. It's Scott Alexander up into third. John Fraser and Blaise Fougere starting to check away from the third, fourth, fifth place riders. Rider going on the inside over the top of 5. Trying to see that that's Curtis Roberts taking over that third place position from Scott Alexander, followed by Jerry McDonald. Now out of turn 9 up towards turn 10. Sorry, that was Corey Canfield. He's got the same livery as Jeremy McDonald. It is Corey Canfield moving himself up into the fourth place position. First and second place continue to check away from this remaining of the field, which is Curtis Roberts. Corey Canfield in fourth. Over the top of 5. We'll see what happens here between this battle of Curtis Roberts and Corey Canfield. Canfield up the inside into turn 7 has taken over that last podium position. Looks like this battle between Scott Alexander, Matthew Jollymore, and now it sees Matt Curvin in here. That was happening here in the pro sport bike race has continued on here in the Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike race. Tracking the leader, John Fraser, coming off the back straightaway. Looking at timing and scoring, he had 4.5 seconds over Blaise Fougere. Down into the minute 8 was John Fraser last time by. Continuing to lower his lap times is John Fraser, now down to a 108.4. Top three riders all starting to get a gap between them. So the battle is 4th, 5th, and 6th between Scott Alexander, Matthew Jollymore, there's a rider that's coming out of turn 3. I think that was the leader. That was John Fraser. John Fraser has rolled off at turn 3. He's back out onto the track. But now he is sitting in last place as John Fraser. This has opened up the lead now for Blaise Fougere. And this battle now that was for 4th, 5th, and 6th is now for 3rd, 4th, and 5th between Scott Alexander, Matthew Jollymore, this is definitely going to tickle the fancy of those riders in 4th, 5th, and 6th as now they know they're battling for the podium position out of turn 2. 4 riders neck and neck as they make their way to turn 3. It is Scott Alexander holding off Matthew Jollymore. Trying to see the gap here. John Fraser now is right on the back of Jerry McDonald. He has made his way back into this battle for 3rd as Matthew Jollymore goes up the inside of Scott Alexander, has taken over that last podium position. John Fraser in turn 9 was able to get around 2 riders between turn 9 and turn 11, and he sees himself right back into the battle for a podium position, already around Scott Alexander and Matthew Jollymore into turn 3. So what a save this is for John Fraser. I was mentioning it was a battle for the podium positions. Scott Crottus Roberts has moved himself up into 3rd place. My mistake. I was thinking that was the battle for a 3rd place position. So now John Fraser through turn 10 up to 11. A couple of bike links back there. From Cronus Roberts in third. Out of turn 2. About a second between those two riders. Now making the way towards turn 4. John Fraser right on the back of Cronus Roberts. I have a feeling he's going to do an outside move here at turn 4. Maybe an inside move of turn 5. Goes John Fraser over the top of 5 down the back straightaway. As the riders get the halfway marker, 7 laps to go. We'll see if John Fraser is able to catch Corey Canfield. Right now, if we look at the gap, as John Fraser makes his way onto the front straightaway, that's a 10-second gap, and he's 3 seconds faster than Corey Canfield. So with 7 laps to go, we're going to start to see John Fraser start to make his way towards that second place rider of Corey Canfield, who is coming over the top of 5 now, with John Fraser making his way into turn 4. So I'll keep my eye on that gap, but right now it is Corey Canfield holding on to that second place position. Another battle or another gap I got to keep my eye on is Cronus Roberts and Matthew Jollymore. Matthew Jollymore is a rider that's been into the 12s and 13s in the past, and he's quickly got himself down into the 13s this afternoon. He was 1 second faster than Cronus Roberts across the line. Looks like they're about 3 seconds, but we'll look here when they cross the line. It is about 2.5 seconds. John Fraser pushing the element out there. He's made up about a corner already on Corey Canfield. He was 4 seconds faster, 3 seconds faster than Corey Canfield last time by. Blaise Fougier, the leader, across the line, means there's 5 laps left to go of this Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike, race number 1 of the weekend. Oh, we got a rider down in turn 4. Trying to see where the leader is. Oh, that was Blaise Fougier down in turn 4. This means this battle now between Corey Canfield and John Fraser, that's making its way through turn 7, is now for the race lead. Blaise Fougier getting his bike back out onto the track. But now that has moved this battle between Cronus Roberts and Matthew Jollymore. That is coming off the back straightaway. That is now the battle for 3rd and 4th. Into turn 2, John Fraser able to take over the lead from Corey Canfield. Down the front straightaway, it looks like Blaise Fougere was running into a bit of bike troubles there from that crash. We'll see if he's able to hold on. That's valuable championship points for the rider number 80, currently sitting in second in points. But this battle for third and fourth, Curtis Roberts, Matthew Jollymore down the back straightaway, 3 bike lengths between the 2 riders. Now into turn 9, Matthew Jollymore having a sniff in the inside, but is elected to wait this out behind Curtis Roberts. So they now make their way to the front straightaway. A bike length separates this podium battle. Blaise Fougere across the line. You can definitely see he has limitations with that motorcycle now, as he has Scott Alexander breathing right down his tailpipe. Out of turn 2, though, he's able to open up a couple of more bike lengths there on Scott Alexander. That is currently for 6th and 7th, with Jeremy McDonald right there in 8th. But back up to this battle for second and third and fourth. Curtis Roberts holding off Matthew Jollymore through turn 9. Still a bike length separates the 2 riders now as they charge towards the front straightaway. Oh, a little head shake from Curtis Roberts. But Matthew Jollymore not able to capitalize down into turn 1. Now out of turn 3 up to 4, Curtis Roberts still only a bike length ahead of Matthew Jollymore. Now as they make their way over the top of 5, still Curtis Roberts holding off Matthew Jollymore as the leader, John Fraser, crosses the line, getting the last lap flag. Amazing to see after that 2023 GSXR 1000 went through the grass in turn 3, regrouped, got back out onto the track, sitting himself, I believe it was last on the track, is able to get himself back into the lead of this Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike race number 1. Curtis Roberts, a bike length ahead of Matthew Jollymore. Only 8 corners to go as they make their way to turn 4. We'll see what Matthew Jollymore decides to do here. Is he going to wait to do an inside move or 9, or is he going to try to do an inside move here in 7 as they come over the back straightaway? And the leader, John Fraser, crossing the line for a comeback win, followed by Corey Canfield. But here's this battle. We'll see what happens here into turn 9. Matthew Jollymore looking at an inside move here, but Curtis Roberts lets off the brakes, holding off Matthew Jollymore through turn 9. Out of turn 9 towards turn 10. We'll see if Matthew Jollymore is thinking of an outside move in 10 into 11. Just not close enough onto the front straightaway. Matthew Jollymore just not close enough to try a move on the last lap. Gradus Roberts finishing it in third. Matthew Jollymore in fourth. Matthew Curvin in fifth. Blaise Fougere coming onto the front straightaway. Saving some valuable championship points. Coming home in sixth, followed by Scott Alexander holding off Jeremy McDonald across the line, followed by Matthew Spencer. For a moment there, it was looking like Blaise Fougere was going to take over the lead of this championship from John Fraser. But quickly, John Fraser regrouping, getting himself through those 5-6 riders all battling close together. But then unfortunately, Blaise Fougere had his own mishap in turn 4. Blaise Fougere able to regroup, getting himself into 6th. Very key championship points as Corey Canfield was only 27 points back in 3rd. Looks like on the cool-down lap there's an incident with Jerry McDonald, unfortunately having a tip-off in turn 3 there on the cool-down. Looks like his machinery is okay, making his way into pit lane. And he'll be able to, as he shakes his head, he's going to have a laugh about that, I'm sure, later on as he has a beverage there in pit lane. But up next now is race number 6 of the day, which is the Asylum Racing Vintage Open 8-lap race. Now a couple of minutes away from the start of the Asylum Racing Vintage Open. On pole position, rider that won the heat race this afternoon, hailing out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, rider number 80, sponsored by RPM Cycle, Darren Marshall, and Pirelli, Blaise Fougere. To his left, out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia himself, sponsored by Sugar Mama Racing, Pro Cycle, and Burnside Brewing Company, rider number 62, Phil Warnell. And making up the front row, rider out of St. Margaret's Bay, Nova Scotia, now out of New Brunswick, sponsored by Mum's Tattoo Studio, Lord's Auto Body, and MasterCard, Randy Bennett. And making up the field, right out of Oakfield, Nova Scotia, sponsored by GNS Equipment Rentals, Pro Cycle, and Burnside Brewing Company, Stephanie Holman. Riders now making their way out onto the track. This is going to be a 8-lap race this afternoon. Now moments away from the start of this next race as they're heading off the back straightaway. Now in the starters' orders. Seconds away from the start here. It's Randy Bennett with the rock of a hole shot, followed by Phil Warnell, then Blaise Fougere. It is out of turn 2. Randy Bennett about 5 bike lengths ahead of Phil Warnell. Blaise Fougere uncharacteristically back in third by about 2 seconds from Phil Warnell. He's definitely feeling some of the effects from that tip-off in turn 4 as now Stephanie Holman is right on the back of Blaise Fougere over the top of 5. Now into turn 7 is Stephanie Holman. A bike length back. We'll see if she tries an inside move here into turn 9. And she does. She lets off the brake. She was side by side, but Blaise Fougere shuts the door on Stephanie Holman. Down into turn one. Stephanie Holman, a bike length back from Blaise Fougere. So Reiners now make their way through turn three. We'll see if Stephanie Holman tries to move here in turn four. Definitely a move the Reiners that are down on horsepower like to do to try to slow down the drive over the top of five from the larger horsepower machinery. But over the top of five, it's Blaise Fougere holding off Stephanie Holman. Into turn seven, though. Stephanie Holman right on the back of Blaise Fougere. We'll see what happens here into turn nine. Stephanie Holman thinking about an inside move, but again, not close enough. As the battle now makes its way onto the front straightaway. I'm sure when Stephanie Holman registered for Asylum Racing Vintage Open this morning, she didn't think she'd be battling with Blaise Fougere, but that's where she is right now. Her and Blaise battling it out through turn two. Only a couple of bike lengths separate that Superbike versus that RS 125. Now out of three up to four. A couple of bike lengths back here. I think a little bit too far back to make an outside move here in turn four. She thought about it though. She got right on the back of Blaise Fougere over the top of five. Heading towards the back straightaway. This is where that RS shines into turn seven. Looked like she had to let off the gas. She closed so quickly onto Blaise Fougere. This time she doesn't try that inside move. She elects just to stay behind Blaise. Looking at the lap times, minute 17s. Stephanie Holman has 2 seconds in the tank there. She was down to the minute 15s this morning in practice. So definitely has room just where to get around Blaise with that horsepower difference. Now through turn three up to four. She's definitely closer this time by. It'd be interesting to see if she tries this move outside of turn four. Not close enough. Make the way over the top of five now. Sometimes what riders will do when they notice they have the ability to catch a rider quite quickly into a corner, they'll hold back a little bit so they can get this drive up 7 and try an outside move into 8 towards 9. But Stephanie was much closer this time by. I have a feeling she may be waiting for the last couple of laps to try a move here. As the leader, Randy Bennett, crosses the line, 0.8 of a second ahead of Phil Warnell. The rider's getting the halfway marker. Just got a little nugget of information. Up here in the tower, looks like Blaise Fougere had to go out in cold tires. So he had to play a little timid there. So we may see his time start to drop as he gets more comfortable with that rubber there coming out of turn 4 up to 5. Now over the top of 5, Stephanie Holman is not letting Blaise Fougere get away. I'm starting to not to know where to look as now Phil Warnell is starting to catch Randy Bennett and is right on the back of Randy Bennett onto the front straightaway. Randy Bennett Phil Warnell putting in his fastest lap of the race out there. In order to hunt down Randy Bennett, they're both side by side going up towards turn 3, but Randy Bennett had the inside line, able to hold off Phil Warnell. So now it looks like with 3 laps left to go, the fight is on for the win of the Asylum Racing Vintage Open. Now over the top of 5. 2 bike lengths separate the 2 riders. Into turn 7. Still a couple of bike lengths separate the 2. Randy Bennett going wide in turn 7, killing his drive into turn 9. Phil Warnell thinking about an inside move, but Randy Bennett able to regroup and hold off and continue to lead this Asylum Racing Vintage Open. Battle for 3rd and 4th now coming onto the front straightaway. Still Stephanie Holman a couple of bike lengths back from Blaise Fougere. Two riders continuing to lower their lap times. Both Blaise and Stephanie down to the low 17s now. But tracking the leaders, out of 4, over the top of 5. Couple of bike lengths separate Randy Bennett and Phil Warnell. See who gets the better drive here down the back straightaway. So far, looks like it's Randy Bennett. Much better drive through turn 7, but Phil Warnell had a great drive towards turn 9. Oh, side by side, Randy Bennett shutting the door on Phil Warnell. That had to be inches away from the back tire of Randy Bennett and the front tire of Phil Warnell. Now onto the front straightaway. Last lap flag. Oh, I heard the crowd saying she's got him, she's got him. Stephanie Holman has taken over 3rd place position. Taken away onto the front straightaway. We'll see how Blaise responds here. Oh, looks like she had to dig deep for that gear going down the front straightaway, but it didn't affect her drive into turn 1. Now it's all about gapping Blaise Fougere between here and the back straightaway. Oh, she's got 4 bike lengths now up to turn 3. Continuing, 5-6 bike lengths up to turn 4. My eyes are now up to the lead. Phil Warnell thinking about an inside move. He's half a wheel back from Randy Bennett. It's going to be an inside move here at 9. You just wait. Oh, Randy Bennett, defensive move into turn 9. Oh, but he went wide. Phil Warnell has got on the inside of Randy Bennett through turn 9. Now onto, oh, he's not going to have enough speed. Phil Warnell. Classic move into turn 9. Randy Bennett defending off Phil Warnell, but Randy went wide. But it's now Stephanie Holman coming onto the front straightaway. It's a drag race to the finish. Oh, Stephanie Holman by 40 thousandths of a second, holding off Blaise Fougere. Stephanie Holman, I'm going to guarantee, didn't think she was going to be in a battle with Blaise Fougere across the line when she walked into timing and scoring this morning and said, I am going to help get this race going. Stephanie Holman, podium position on that RS 125 on the Vintage Open. But not to take away Phil Warnell as well. What a great battle he had with Randy Bennett
Talking about it earlier, Randy Bennett took a defensive move into 9, but that made him have to run wide on the inside of 9. Phil Warnell capitalized, got onto the inside of the exit of 9, and just powered out of turn 9 and pulled away with the win this afternoon. All right, so the 5-minute call went out for the next race, which is the Albums Plumbing and Heating Amateur Superbike race. Just going to take a few minutes break here, give my lungs a little bit of a break, and we'll be back to action here in a few minutes. Looks like we're going to have 8 bikes for the next race, which is the Albums Plumbing and Heating Amateur Superbike race number 1 of the weekend. The reason why we only have 8 bikes, 10 have been registered, is that unfortunately rider number 37, after his get-off, not able to get his machinery back up and prepared for this Superbike race this afternoon. That has huge championship implications, as rider number 37 is the pole sitter because he is the championship leader with 93 points. 13 back is rider sitting in second. Second on the grid, second in the points. 80 points for rider number 40 of Michael Scott. Making up the front row is the 39 of Mark Corkum. Second row sees the 68 out of Sambro Head on board a Triumph Daytona 675 is Paul Clark. Rider number 30 out of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia on board a 2006 ZX6R is rider George Church. On the third row sees rider number 86, Michael Brunt, followed by the 18 out of Cape Egmont, PEI, on board a 2012 Suzuki GSXR 600 is Randy Arsenault. Randy sponsored by A&M Drywall Service. Making up the third row is rider number 61 out of Brookfield, Nova Scotia, on board a 2001 Suzuki SV650, sponsored by Brooklyn Pro Cycle, Miller Time Racing, and Finish Line Motorcycle Supplies. And making up the field, rider number 58 of Sean Kelly. In the starter's orders. And we're racing. It is Michael Scott with a hole shot, followed by Mark Corkum. Bailey Ives on the third row, making his way. It looked like he got around a few riders. We'll see when they come out of turn 2. Bailey Ives into second, all the way from the third row. Now out of turn 3. Michael Scott, the leader, has about 5 bike lengths. He is definitely happy to see Bailey Ives get into the picture, because the third in the championship, Mark Corkum, over the top of 5, is his closest competitor in the championship, and now sees himself side by side with Bailey Ives, but Bailey Ives lets off the brakes, holds on to that second place into turn 8 up to 9. Rider Paul Clark in 4th. But it's Michael Scott, the leader, coming onto the front straightaway. Mark Corkum got a great drive out of turn 11 down the front straightaway, side by side with Bailey Ives, but again, under hard braking into turn 1, Bailey Ives able to take over, regain that second place. Meanwhile, while they're tussling back and forth, that's allowing the gap across the line to open up to 1.5 seconds as they now come over the top of 5. That gap is definitely increased between Michael Scott and Bailey Ives. Bailey Ives again pushing hard into turn 7. Looks like Bailey Ives is winning the braking battle between himself and Mark Corkum. Now on to the front straightaway. Oh, this time by, we'll see if Mark Corkum is able to hold off Bailey Ives. It's going to be all about down into breaking into turn 2. It is Mark Corkum holding off Bailey Ives into turn 2 and is able to open up the gap back to Bailey Ives by about a second already between those two corners. Mark Corkum has the horsepower advantage since he is on a 600 and Bailey Ives on that SV650 twin. So now heading into turn 7, it is Michael Scott about 2 seconds ahead of Mark Corkum. This race is 10 laps, so when they cross the line, there's still going to be 7 laps to go. The gap, 1.2 seconds. Mark Corkum about 9/10 of a second faster than Michael Scott out there that last time by. And you can see he is visibly closer in these last few corners here. Now heading on to the back straightaway. Michael Scott. Now looks like it's below a second, this gap back to Mark Corkum. They quickly opened up a gap to Bailey Ives, but it looks like he's holding off this gap increasing as he's coming through turn 10. They did increase it a little bit to Bailey Ives, but not very much. All the riders not putting in blistering lap times there. They're starting to settle into a pace here this afternoon. But as Michael Scott, it looks like turn 2, 3, and 4 are Mark Corkum's spot, because now he is only about 5 bike lengths back from Michael Scott down the back straightaway into turn 7. See what happens here into turn 9. Again, Mark Corkum able to close in on Michael Scott. Now it looks like it's down to about 3 bike lengths as they charge towards the front straightaway. Cross the line, they get the halfway marker. 1/10 of a second separating these two riders. Riders now out of 4, up to 5. Still a couple of bike lengths between the two. In the sport bike race, Mark Corkum left it to the last lap to make a move. We'll see what happens if he decides to do that this time by again, as coming into turn 9. Hard on the brakes. Half a bike length separates the two riders. Cross the line, Mark Corkum is able to get around Michael Scott. Great drive down the front straightaway. 38 thousandths of a second separates the two riders across the line, but it is Mark Corkum. We'll see if Michael Scott is able to respond here. Right now, 5 bike lengths is what Mark is able to open up over the top of 5, maybe 6 or 7 now. Now, as they make their way through turn 9, looking at the lap times last time by, Bailey Ives able to put in his fastest lap of the race. He's not giving up on this battle for a second. Bailey Ives was 0.6 of a second faster than Michael Scott, but he's 4 seconds back, so he's going to have to find a lot more time out there if he's going to want to try to battle with Michael Scott for that second place position in the Albums Plumbing and Heating Superbike race number 1 of the weekend. Now Michael Scott was held up a little bit there with that lap traffic. We'll see what happens here with Bailey Ives. It looks like he's going to come over the top of 5 and able to get around Michael Brunt down the back straightaway, but he was held up just enough to hurt his drive down the back straightaway. Keeping an eye on that gap. It's about 4 seconds between Michael Scott and Bailey Ives. Another second, only 3 seconds back now is Bailey Ives. Michael Scott putting in 1:16, his slowest lap of the race, so this may allow Bailey Ives to potentially get into this battle for a second. Tracking the leader over the top of 5. Across the line, Mark had 1.8 seconds back to Michael Scott. It looks like it's about that or maybe a little bit bigger coming into turn 7. Bailey Ives continues to push hard. It looks like the gap has come down a little bit more, but unfortunately it looks like he's going to be running out of time here. So they now come on to the front straightaway. Last lap flag flying for Mark Corkum. Michael Scott has responded with his fastest lap of the race, but so has Bailey Ives, a 14.5, 2.3 of a second faster than Michael Scott. He may have seen Bailey Ives closing when he comes out of turn 2, and he's opened up a bit of the gap there now, out of 3 up to 4. So unfortunately with this last lap on the go, Bailey Ives just running out of time here in this Albums Plumbing and Heating Superbike race number 1 of the weekend. Mark Corkum coming off turn 7, heading towards turn 9. Only 2 corners to go now. Now making his way onto the front straightaway, Mark Corkum making it the double this afternoon. followed by Michael Scott. Bailey Eyes coming across the line in third. Tracking the fourth place rider, Paul Clark, making his way towards turn 9. Now 1 corner to go for Paul Clark, coming onto the front straightaway. Sees himself open up that gap to the 5th place rider, who is George Church, who's now making his way onto the front straightaway. Coming across the line in 5th. Battle here between Sean Kelly and Randy Arsenault. Onto the front straightaway, it is Sean Kelly holding off Randy Arsenault. Oh, that was close. I think Randy Arsenault got him. I'm looking at the overall lap times here. It's not showing him ahead of Sean Kelly. But across the line, his total time is 15 thousandths of a second faster than Sean Kelly. So not sure if there's something going on with the timing and scoring. We'll wait to see if it's just a hiccup or if Randy Arsenault was able to get around Sean Kelly at the line. The story of that race, though, was the fact that Andy Hutchinson was not able to get out there and compete. Only 13 points ahead of Michael Scott. But now with Michael Scott finishing second and getting those 20 championship points, Michael Scott has moved into the championship lead. We'll see tomorrow if Andy Hutchinson is able to get that machinery fixed in time for the racing tomorrow. But right now it is Michael Scott, the championship leader of the Albums Plumbing and Heating Amateur Superbike Championship. Riders now making their way down pit lane for the last race this afternoon, which is the Mark Ennis Ostrich Woodworking Amateur 400 and the Grant Nesbitt Tribute Series Expert 400, race number 1 of the weekend. "19 riders out there. So if you're sitting out in the pits there, I'd recommend getting to the stands. A classic race for battling all over the racetrack. Believe this to be the biggest grid out there this afternoon. But starting off with the experts, our championship leader, rider number 34 out of Halifax, Nova Scotia, on board a Kawasaki Ninja 400, sponsored by Ali Motoplex and Flexiglass Bodywork, Mark Goodwin. To his left, out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, on board a Yamaha R3, sponsored by Miller Time Racing, rider number 24, Darcy George. Rider out of Debert, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Lucas Oils. I know there's a few other. That's the one I remember. I'll have to get the other ones for Gary for tomorrow. But it is Gary McKinnon. And on to the second row, rider number 66 of Matt Kobe, followed by the 78 of Jason Rideout. Third row sees rider number 14 out of South Ohio, Nova Scotia, on board a Kawasaki Ninja 400, followed by the number 3 out of St. Margaret's Bay, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Mom's Tattoo Studio and Lord's Auto Body, Randy Bennett. Now on to the amateurs. Rider out of Sydney, Nova Scotia, on board a Kawasaki Ninja 400, the championship leader, Greg McInnes. To his left, rider number 10, Scott Conley. Rider number 177 out of Jordan Bay, Nova Scotia, on board a Kawasaki Z400, sponsored by the world-renowned Badek facility, Kathleen Coburn. Second row sees number 2, sponsor out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, on a Kawasaki Ninja 400, sponsored by HFX Decals, William Fonsavon. To his left, rider number 95 out of Woodstock, New Brunswick, on board a Yamaha R3, sponsored by Tony Martin Plumbing, William Martin. Third row sees the 46 of Jarek Campbell, followed by the 72 out of Sambro, Nova Scotia, on board a CF Moto 450, sponsored by Sambro Cycle Service, CanMac Power Sports, and CF Moto Canada, Scott Campbell. Riders number 195, sponsored by Good Robot Brewing, Angus Campbell. And we're racing. There's still, I didn't get enough through them. There's still another 5-6 riders. I guess I should have started a little sooner with the size of this field out there. We'll see. Out of turn 2, it is Gary McKinnon, followed by Matt Covey, Darcy George, Mark Goodwin. Rider up the inside of another, I think that's William Martin, up into 5th on the track. That is first of the amateurs. I got to hold back there. I thought that was William Martin. I believe that is maybe Paul Whitehead's bike, who was ridden by Randy Bennett. Yes, it is. That's Randy Bennett, followed by Jason Rideout and Greg Murray. The first of the amateurs is Scott Campbell, followed by Greg McInnes and Kathleen Coburn. William Martin in fourth, right behind Kathleen Coburn. Here we go, a 22-rider freight train coming onto the front straightaway. Gary McKinnon stretching the lead out of turn 2, or out of turn 3. Oh, looks like we got a rider down there in turn 2. Not sure of the machinery yet. Pushing the bike off to the side, so the rider's okay, just pushing the bike off to the side. Trying to see the bikes that are out there that might, I believe that is rider number 14 of Greg Murray. I had to wait for the bikes to go by. What a freight train of machinery. But it is Kathleen Coburn in the lead for the amateurs across the line, followed by Scott Colley and Greg McInnes. A battle happening there, 4-rider battle between those 4 amateurs. Another battle shaping up here between Matt Covey and Randy Bennett. That's coming into turn 9 right now, with Matt Covey holding off Randy Bennett. Randy Bennett elected to get onto Paul Whitehead's 400, followed by Darcy George in third. Randy Bennett side by side with Matt Covey. I'm not sure if he was able to hold him off. It is Matt Covey still sitting in that last podium position for the experts. Randy Bennett, though, hungry right on the back. Back to the amateurs. It is Kathleen Coburn going into turn 3. A 4-rider battle for first, second, third, and fourth of the amateurs. Looks like an outside move there. Trying to see who that rider is in second for the amateurs. It's Greg McInnes. Looking like an outside move in 4. Not able to get around Kathleen Coburn. Now going down the back straightaway. Kathleen Coburn in a battle here for the lead as Greg McInnes is thinking of an inside move here into turn 9. Not close enough. Now onto the front straightaway, Kathleen Coburn, followed by Greg McInnes. Looks like Greg McInnes was able to get around the outside of Kathleen Coburn. And sure enough, Greg McInnes now taking over the lead of the amateurs, followed by Kathleen Coburn, Scott Connolly, followed by William Martin. Ruin Berdino on board Mark Wilson's Kawasaki 400 sees himself back there in 5th. But back up to this battle for the experts. Randy Bennett able to get around Matt Covey. That's for 3rd on the track. We'll see if Matt Covey is able to respond here into turn 9. Greg McInnes now starting to gap Kathleen Coburn as they make their way onto the front straightaway. I'd say the rider on the move as they get the halfway marker, though, is Ruwen. Berdino, as he is now making his way up onto the back wheel of Kathleen Coburn. That is for 2nd of the amateurs, as now they're making their way to turn 4. As I mentioned before, there's so much battling happening out here. You can pick your favorite rider, follow them around the track. Pick your favorite corner. Lots of battling to happen out here as Greg McInnes has now got another bike, which is Jason Rideout between him and Kathleen Coburn in 2nd. While I was following the other battles, the battle for the expert lead between Gary McKinnon and Mark Goodman is heating up between the two riders in turn 3, as there's only 3 bike lengths. 4 bike lengths separates those riders. As now they're heading down the back straightaway. It is Gary McKinnon holding off Mark Goodwin, but through turn 7, Mark Goodwin has great corner speed. He pushed himself so wide he had to get to the inside of turn 8. He is pushing hard to get onto the back of Gary McKinnon out there. Now out of turn 9 up to 10, 3 bike lengths separate the two riders. Onto the front straightaway. Gary McKinnon holding off Mark Goodwin. While I was following that lead group, Ruwen Berdino was able to get around to Kathleen Coburn. That's for 2nd of the amateurs out there. We'll see if he is able to make any headway towards Greg McInnes. Right now he's 3 seconds back on the track. We'll see what happens here as now they're making their way up towards turn 4. But the overall leader, Gary McKinnon, out of turn 9. Gonna start coming up to some lap traffic here. We'll see. It looks like it's gonna be down into turn 1. Gary McKinnon is gonna have to go around the outside. It looks like that's gonna be a good spot as they'll get down on the inside of turn 2. Both riders safely by as they now exit turn 3. 3 bike lengths between Gary McKinnon. Make that 2 bike lengths. That might be down to 1 bike length through turn 4 over the top of 5. Lots of battling happening out here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. I'm not sure where to concentrate on. There's so much action out there this afternoon. Battling with the experts, battling with the amateurs. As this lead battle comes onto the front straightaway, Gary McKinnon, a bike length back. A bike length ahead of Mark Goodwin as they get the last lap flag. I'll keep an eye on this battle. We'll see if Mark Goodwin is able to try and pull a move here on Gary McKinnon. As they make their way through turn 3. Mark Goodwin is about 3 bike lengths back from Gary McKinnon. Now around turn 4. We'll see what happens here into turn 7. Mark Goodwin, this is the closest he's been to Gary McKinnon down the back straightaway. He's too close for an inside move. We'll see if he's going to try an inside move here into turn 9. A bike length back. Making the way into turn 9. He's just too far back as Gary McKinnon shuts the door on Mark Goodwin. Leader now coming out on the front straightaway. Gary McKinnon coming home. Taking the win of the Grant Nesbitt Tribute Series, followed by Mark Goodwin. All right, now back to this battle. Kathleen Coburn is able to get around Ruin Berdino somewhere on the track and is now, see if she's able to hold off onto the front straightaway. This is a battle for second and third onto the front straightaway. Oh, across the line, Kathleen Coburn puts in her fastest lap of the race, holding off the hard charger Ruin Berdino. While that was happening, Craig McInnes crossing the line to take the win for the amateurs. Followed by that battle of Kathleen Coburn. Oh, looks like Jonathan Head crossing the line, having a great battle with Scott Campbell. As I said before, there's battles happening everywhere on the track, not knowing where to look. 22 riders out there. But now that the dust has settled, let me run you through the order. It is Gary McKinnon, followed by Mark Goodwin and Randy Bennett. In fourth, Matt Covey, followed by Darcy George. In sixth, Jason Rideout. For the amateurs, we see Greg McInnes extending his lead in the championship, taking home the win, followed by Kathleen Coburn. Kathleen Coburn with her second place. Scott Connolly finishing in fifth. That moves Kathleen Coburn to second of the championship. In third, Ruin Berdino, followed by William Martin in fourth. Scott Connolly fifth. Angus Campbell sixth. Jarek Campbell seventh. William Fonsabon eighth, followed by Jonathan Head, Scott Campbell. Mike Kemp, David Vitan, Connor Warnell, followed by Angus McLarty. And making up the field, Jeanette Ball. With that, folks, that concludes the racing Saturday round 3 here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. I want to thank all the fans for coming out this afternoon. I want to thank all the riders for putting on excellent competition for us to enjoy. Thank you for the marshals to allowing this to happen. Thank you for timing and scoring. And the head referee and start and finish down there for all your hard work. And with that, until tomorrow, the lights are out at AMP.